quite have the interpreter on yet. I could be wrong on that, but we may need to pass on the Spanish speaker and come back when the interpreter gets on. Do we have an interpreter on?
Your Honor, this is coordinator from Superior Court. The interpreter's just finishing up a hearing with Judge Bensley. It should be just like 5 more minutes and then she'll log on.
Okay, sounds good. So it sounds like we may be able to take the Spanish speaker in about 5 minutes. So we could probably do 1 or 2 before we get back to her, if we could just hold on her for a moment.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Por favor, no llegar. Yes.
Good morning, sir.
I'm hearing it paired, so I really can't. I apologize.
No, it's nothing to hear me at all.
I can barely hear you, but I can barely hear you, but I
Okay, well, it's important that you hear me. So is it possible to turn up the volume on the jail side of things a little bit?
move the speaker closer to it.
Thank you. Sir, does that help a little bit better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Could you please tell me your name?
Billy Rios.
All right, Mr. Rios, this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on a failure to appear that relates to a matter out of Oro Valley City Court. It relates to a failure to appear on a misdemeanor theft charge. So you're presumed innocent of that, sir. So are you just getting out of DOC, or are you headed to DOC? What's the story with that? Got it. So you're headed in. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to just hold you on this matter on a $500 bond. It's something that I suspect if you want to get it resolved quickly before you head off to DOC, you'll have that option, because I'm going to set a court date for next week. And so assuming that it's possible to get it resolved next week, and that's something that you're interested in, this shouldn't really hold you up before you go to DOC. And, you know, if you do need to get to DOC and you want to have your day in court, have a trial, you're of course entitled to do that, sir. On all this stuff, you're presumed innocent on it. So what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to hold you on a $500 cash secured bond. And then I am going to set your next court date. It's going to be the 25th, which is next Wednesday. And that's going to be in Oro Valley City Court. And so you'll be either seen on video or you'll be seen on video. They're not going to bring you up there. But you'll be seen on video, sir. And so that'll be next Wednesday at 10:30. And it's obviously unlikely that you're going to get out of custody. But if you do, sir, you must come back to court. Because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right. You understand all that?
Yes, sir.
All right. That takes care of it, sir. You are excused.
All right, thank you. You have a beautiful day. God bless you.
You're welcome, sir. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you. I didn't know the whole. Still waking up.
The misdemeanor vote set up. And then in the order of placement on it. Chavaria will run participants, exactly. Sort of. Right then, that's accurate.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you tell me your name?
Rogelio Chavaria.
All right, Mr. Chavaria, I've seen you on a handful of different matters. And so some are out of Tucson City Court. One is out of Pima County Justice Court. And then another is out of Casa Grande court. They're all misdemeanors, but you got a handful of things. So on all these things, you are presumed innocent, sir. And so let me talk with you first about the Casa Grande matter. And so on that, sir, it looks like it relates to a failure to appear in relation to one count of assault. And so on that matter, sir, I'm gonna release you on that one. However, you are gonna be held on some of the other stuff, so we'll talk more about that in a moment. But your next court date up in Casa Grande is gonna be on March 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's March 11th at 9 o'clock in the morning. So it's important that if you're out of custody by then, sir, that you go up there, that you make it up to Casa Grande to get that taken care of. Because if you don't do that, then a warrant's gonna issue for your arrest. I'm gonna appoint you an attorney on at least one of your other cases. So talk with them about the Casa Grande situation, and they may be able to help you navigate that a bit. And so that takes care of it for that one. Other than, sir, you could get a warrant if you don't come back to that court date. So it's important that you do so. You're going to get paperwork that says all that. So now we're going to move on to the Pima County Justice Court matter. And that alleges, sir, that you possessed drug paraphernalia and that you committed criminal trespass, both of which are misdemeanors. This is alleged to have happened yesterday. And yeah, it looks like it was at I-10 and 22nd Street there at the on-ramp area. So, sir, as to that, I am going to release you on that one as well. However, you do need to come back to court on that one. And so your next court date on that is going to be on March 2nd. And that's going to be at 8:30 in the morning in Pima County Justice Court. So a different courthouse for that one. You're going to get paperwork that says where that is. As part of that, sir, I'm going to order that you possess no alcohol or illegal drugs, in that, you just need to come back to court for that one. So that takes care of that. And last but not least, we have the city court matters. And on these, I've got several files, so we'll talk about it. At least one of the matters involves an allegation that you violated the terms of your probation that were imposed. And so, just a moment. It alleges that you have failed to remain law-abiding, failed to attend review hearings of the court, failed to provide proofs of completing substance abuse counseling, and so forth, sir. You're presumed innocent of those allegations. And so I'm signing the petition to revoke at a Tucson City Court. And on all your city matters, let me talk to you about what all you got going on. So you have the petition to revoke. You also have all manner of failures to appear, typically involving, it looks like you have 6 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia, 3 counts of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree. As to these matters, sir, I am going to hold you on a $1,000 cash secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you. Your next court date is going to be in front of Judge Blue. That's going to be on February 26th at 1:45 in the afternoon. Going to be a video review. So on that, sir, again, if you pose that bond, possess, consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, do not return to any of the incident locations. City public defender is going to represent you, sir. And so that covers it. Other than to let you know, sir, that it looks like at least one of these matters is pre-adjudication. So what I'm going to tell you, sir, is that I'm going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf. You're presumed innocent of any charges that have not yet been reached the point of adjudication. And to that end, It's important that you come back to court, sir, because not only could you get that warrant for your arrest, like I mentioned, but you could also have the trial go forward in your absence. And if the trial went forward in your absence, sir, without you being present, and you were convicted at that trial and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. That covers it. Have a good day.
Dorothy? Good day.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Brandon Martino T. Gonzalez.
All right. So, sir, I got a few matters for you. So just a moment here.
Yes, sir.
So the first thing, it looks like you have a matter out of Kyrene Justice Court up in Chandler. So on that, I'm going to release you on that matter. It's some sort of traffic offense. Just a second. It alleges a failure to appear in relation to a traffic offense. Looks like the incident happened sometime back in 2025. So on that, as I think I said, I'm going to release you on that one, sir. But you got to come back to court. Your next court date is going to be March 16th, 10 o'clock in the morning up in Chandler. So you need to be there because if you don't come back, sir, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. All right. So that takes care of that one. We got to move on to the other stuff. We also have a couple matters out of Tucson, out of Pima County Justice Court. And on those, let's see, one of them relates to failure to appear on a driving on a suspended license. And so on that, I'm going to release you on that one as well. Next court date on that one is going to be at 1:30 on March 17th, so the day after your hearing up in Chandler. So again, you got to come to that court date. And if any of these dates do not work for you, sir, you need to contact the court. You may be able to get them moved. Generally, it's just easier to go to them if you can make that court date. But you would need to contact the court date if you need ahead of time, if you need to get any of them moved, because they may be able to work with you because you're going to have a few different court dates. In any event, March 17th, 1:30 for the court date on the first Justice Court matter. We're going to talk about the second one in a minute here. I'm going to set the same court date for that one as well. Again, it's a separate charge relating to driving on a suspended license. Going to release you on that same time, same day as the other court date, March 17th, 1:30 is to that one. I'm going to order that you not drive without a valid license. So if you don't have a valid driver's license, don't be driving. Figure out another way to get to court. So that takes care of all the Justice Court stuff. And then we have a couple files at a Tucson City Court. And so as to that, sir, we've got let's see it. Failures to appear on charges relating to one case. It looks like one case involves a DUI allegation and having liquor in body despite being a minor. And then the other one relates to reckless driving, excessive speed, racing on the highway, and associated charges. So on all of this stuff, sir, if I haven't said it yet, sir, you are presumed innocent and you do have the right to remain silent on all of these things. And so as to these, sir, I am going to probably release you on these as well. Will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, you got to do that because you see what's happening here. I mean, you're spending your morning at the jail because you didn't come to court dates in the past. So
Yeah,
so that's
I'm sorry.
probably no. I was just going to say, like, I prefer to do other things with my morning. So just come back to court and you'll avoid this in the future. And so as to this, I'm going to release you on the city court stuff as well. And so your next court date on that, it's going to be on March 23rd. And it's going to be at 2:30 in the afternoon in front of Judge Verena. You're going to get paperwork that says this as well. Again, do not drive without a valid driver's license. And so on the city court stuff, sir, this is also the time set for your arraignment. I'm going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf. You are presumed innocent of these charges. And so it's important that you come back, not only because you could get a warrant if you don't, but trial could go forward in your absence. And if you are convicted at that trial, couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction, you would lose the ability to appeal your conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, that takes care of it. You're excused.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is the Spanish interpreter, just connected. Would it be okay to take the Spanish speaker next?
Yes, yes. If we could have, we'll handle Mr. Parker right now, but if we could take the Spanish speaker, I believe it's Ms. Aguilar Liquez, next, that would be great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Mr. Parker, good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Johnny Pena Parker.
All right, moment. So I am seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed shoplifting. It looks like it happened I'm actually not sure.
Oh, it was a few months. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. So just a moment.
Very far.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. The allegation is that it happened on October 8th of 2024. So my apologies on that. So you're
You're okay.
presumed innocent of that, sir. So if I release you on this matter, sir, will you come back to court?
Yes, sir.
All right, important that you do that because, you know, like I told the other gentleman, you're spending your morning at court today, or at the jail, I should say, because you didn't come back to court in the first instance. So,
But I could be.
right, exactly. So I am going to release you on this, sir. So your next court date is going to be on March 6th. That's a Friday, March 6th. And it's going to be at 2:30 in the afternoon in Pima County Justice Court. So you're going to get
Sure.
paperwork that says all this. So just come back to that court date and, you know, you can figure out what you'd like to do with the case and so forth. You are presumed innocent of it all. So, again, sir, come back to court because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. And good morning, ma'am.
Buenos días, señora.
Yes.
All right, could you please tell me your name?
Morning.
Could you please tell me your name?
Por favor, me dice su nombre.
Can I get
Dairi Gregoria Aguilar Liges.
Dairi Gregoria Aguilar Liquez.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm seeing you on a couple different matters.
Gracias. La veo hoy por dos causas diferentes.
The first charges are felony in nature, and they allege that you committed theft of means of transportation and robbery. It's alleged to have happened 2 days ago.
El primer cargo es de naturaleza delito grave y es robo de un medio de transporte, robo que cometió hace 2 días.
I'm also seeing you on a theft charge. It's alleged to have happened the same day. It's a misdemeanor, though.
Y también la estoy viendo por un cargo de robo que se alega que se cometió el mismo día. Sin embargo, este es un delito menor.
And then I'm also seeing you on 3 failure to appear warrants out of city courts.
Y también la estoy viendo hoy por 3 faltas de comparecencia de órdenes del tribunal de la ciudad, del municipal.
We're going to talk about the felonies first,
Primero vamos a hablar de los delitos graves.
but on all of these matters, you do have the right to remain silent. You're presumed innocent, and anything you say about these cases could be used against you.
Bueno, pero en todas estas causas usted tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio, a conservar su inocencia y cualquier cosa que usted diga puede ser utilizada en su contra.
All right. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you.
Voy a nombrar al defensor del condado de Pima para que lo represente.
Miss Uzanova, excuse me, is seated next to you. She's going to help you out today.
El señor o la señora Miss Elocina está ahí con usted, le está representando el día de hoy.
And I've reviewed the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendation, which is that you be released to pretrial services. Mr. Kaler, anything further? Hold on.
Your Honor,
Y
I would
yo
just,
ya revisé.
Go ahead, Madam
Y yo
Interpreter.
ya revisé la thank you. Ya revisé la caja interina, la información de los servicios previos al juicio, la recomendación del Estado, la Fiscalía, que es que usted sea liberada a los servicios previos al juicio. Les pregunta si el señor fiscal tiene algo que decir.
Your Honor, the nature of these allegations are concerning, but I would note the lack of felony history, and so that's the reason for the recommendation.
Bueno, su señoría, y la naturaleza de estos delitos son preocupantes, pero también no hay antecedentes penales previos, por lo tanto, esa es la recomendación.
All right, thank you, Ms. Uzanova. Any objection to pretrial services release?
No, Your Honor, this is our request, and I appreciate the state making that recommendation as well. It seems like it's a pretty complicated fact scenario, and Ms. Aguilar has no prior felony convictions.
Y la abogada defensora dice que no, que ella agradece esa solicitud también de la Fiscalía en que se ha liberado los servicios previos al juicio, que este es un tema de hechos complicados y que no hay antecedentes penales previos.
Okay. As to the felony, I am going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, ma'am.
Cuanto al delito grave, la voy a liberar bajo los servicios previos al juicio, señor.
With the following conditions. Please possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Y son las siguientes condiciones, por favor. Tiene prohibido poseer o cargar armas de fuego o cualquier tipo de arma, y no puede tener o consumir drogas ni alcohol, drogas ilegales ni alcohol.
And do not have any contact with the alleged victims, and do not return to the incident location, the Desert Diamond property, whether it's the hotel or the casino.
Bueno, y usted tiene prohibido tener contacto con las presuntas víctimas y no puede regresar al lugar del incidente del Desert Diamond, ya sea el hotel o el casino.
Do you understand?
Sí. ¿Comprende? Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of that. Let's move on to the misdemeanors now. So, go ahead.
Con eso nos ocupamos ya de esa parte. Ahora vamos a proceder con los delitos menores.
And on the misdemeanor that is part of the same case, it seems like I'm going to release you on that one as well.
Y el delito menor, que parece que es de parte de este mismo caso, la voy a dejar en libertad también.
And your next court date on that one is going to be on March 2nd at 8:30 in the morning in Pima County Justice Court.
Y la fecha de corte para ese va a ser del 2 de marzo a las 8:30 de la mañana en el Tribunal de Justicia del Condado de Pima.
All right, so again, no contact with the victim. Do not go back to any Desert Diamond property.
Y nuevamente, no puede tener contacto con la víctima y no puede regresar a las propiedades de Desert Diamond.
Okay, takes care of that. And then, last but not least, we have the city court matters.
Y lo último, aunque no es menos importante, vamos a tratar los casos de la Tribunal Municipal de la ciudad.
All right, and that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to multiple counts involving assault and criminal damage and disorderly conduct.
Bueno, y en ese caso se alega que usted tuvo faltas de comparecencia en múltiples casos de agresión, de alteración al orden público
All right,
y de daños a propiedad ajena. Sorry.
yeah, no problem. And so on these, I'm also going to release you, ma'am, but you need to come back to court.
Para estos cargos también la voy a dejar en libertad, señora, pero tiene que regresar a corte.
Your next court date is going to be on March 23rd at 9:30 in the morning.
La próxima fecha de corte va a ser el 23 de marzo a las 9:30 de la mañana.
And that's going to be in front of Judge Mayhew and Tucson City Court.
Y eso va a ser frente al juez Mayhew en el Tribunal Municipal de la ciudad de Tucson.
I'm ordering that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence.
Y le ordeno que tiene prohibido cargar o consumir alcohol, drogas ilegales y tiene prohibido cometer cualquier otro acto de violencia doméstica.
and have no contact with the alleged victims.
Y tiene prohibido tener contacto con las presuntas víctimas.
Okay, so that takes care of that. And this is also the time set for your arraignment on these city court matters.
Ya nos ocupamos de esa parte. Ahora también este es el día para la lectura de cargos en los casos de la ciudad, del municipio, de la ciudad.
I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf on all of these matters.
Y voy a aceptar declaración de no culpable por usted en todos estos casos.
On all of these matters, it's really important that you come back to court, because if you do not do so, not only could a warrant issue for your arrest, but trial could go forward in your absence.
Y para todas estas causas es muy importante que usted regrese a sus fechas de corte, porque si no lo hace se va a emitir una orden de arresto en su contra y el juicio puede proceder sin su presencia.
So, and if you could not be sentenced within 90 days of trial, if you were convicted without you being there, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction.
Y si a usted no se le puede imponer la pena en el periodo de 90 días después de que se le haya hallado culpable en el juicio, usted no va a poder hacer una apelación directa.
Do you understand?
¿Comprende eso?
Sí.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You are excused.
Your Honor, what was the preliminary hearing date for the felony? I apologize.
No problem.
We failed to write it down.
Yeah, no problem. Let me get that for you. It was March 11th at 1:30.
Thank you. And
Para el delito grave le está preguntando la abogada defensora al juez que cuándo va a ser la audiencia preliminar. Dice el juez que va a ser el 11 de marzo a la 1:30.
And interpreter, if you could just let her know that we're providing her with paperwork right here with all of the court dates that were set. And it's really important for her to keep it, call the attorney and pretrial services, keep calling and attend all of the court dates written on there.
Y le dice la abogada que le van a estar a usted un documento, un papel con toda la información de las fechas de corte, y es muy importante que usted conserve esa información y que asista, que esté en comunicación constante con su abogado, abogada y con los servicios previos al juicio.
Thank you.
Ms. Steber?
May
Yeah.
Interpreter be excused?
Yes, you may. Thank you very much for jumping on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter will now disconnect.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Just tell me your name.
Jolyn Steber.
All right, Ms. Steber, I'm seeing you on a couple of charges that allege that you committed assault and then disorderly conduct, both of which are alleged to be acts of domestic violence. You're presumed innocent of these matters, ma'am. And anything you say about them could be used against you. So just a moment here. So I am reviewing the information from pretrial services. It looks like the alleged victim, Haley Steber, does not oppose your release from custody, does not oppose you returning home, and does not oppose further contact with you. So for all of those reasons, ma'am, I'm willing to go along with that. I also, the information from pretrial reflects that you're a relatively low risk. So I'm going to release you from custody with the condition that you commit no further acts of domestic violence. You possess no alcohol, possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. You possess no firearms or weapons. Your next court date is going to be up in Oro Valley. It's going to be on March 18th. That's March 18th, 10:30 in the morning in their city court up there. So it's important that you come back to that court date, ma'am, because if you don't, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Your Honor.
Could you please tell me your name?
Ryan James Golick.
A moment. All right, so Mr. Golnick, I'm seeing you on 4 charges that allege interfering with a judicial proceeding, which is domestic violence related. There's 4 counts of them. You're presumed innocent of these charges, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you. Now, in order to prepare for this hearing, I did review the information for pretrial services, the information that underlies the allegation itself. It looks like there was an allegation that there was an active order of protection in place. You do have the right to remain silent as it relates to all of these matters, sir. So anything you say about this case could be used against you. And so, given the allegation, sir, I am going to hold you on a bond in the amount of $500. It's going to be a cash or secured bond. Your next court date is going to be next week. It's going to be on the 25th, and that's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon in front of Judge Million. I'm ordering that you possess or consume no alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs, commit no acts of domestic violence, have no contact of any kind with Erica Smith, ZS, LG, and CG, the minor children. Do not go back to the victim's residence or incident location in order to represent you, sir. If you're still in custody at that time, you'll be seen on video. And if you're out of custody, then you need to come back to court to that same court date. You're going to get paperwork that says all this. And so last thing from me is that it's important that you come back to court because a warrant could issue for your arrest if you don't do that. And then also, if you were to not show up at future court dates, then trial could go forward in your absence. If you were convicted at that trial and could not be sentenced within 90 days, you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. I'm also going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf, sir. Okay? That takes care of it, sir. You are excused.
Felony, Gonzalez.
Because he took a good.
Yeah.
And good morning, ma'am.
Good morning,
Please tell me your name.
Jennifer Aguilar.
This is your initial hearing. Give me just a moment here. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed aggravated driving under the influence and 2 counts of aggravated driving under the influence. It's alleged to happen yesterday. Looks like there's also a probation violation warrant out of Moreno that you have as well, allegedly, and that looks like you also may be on probation for felony matter relating to aggravated driving under the influence. So as to all of this stuff, ma'am, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about these charges or allegations could be used against you. And in order to prepare, and I'm also going to appoint an attorney, and the attorney that's going to represent you is with the Pima County Public Defender's Office. And so Ms. Uzanova is going to help you out. She's seated to your left. She's going to help you out today. And in order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial, the information in the interim complaint, the state's recommendation, which is a $5,000 bond, cash secured. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, both of the probation matters that the court noted are related to prior DUI incidents. For that reason, I believe a bond is appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I'd like to check with the jail if there's the probation hold at this time or the Pima County matter.
Good question.
No, she has one for her. Okay, it appears that there's only a hold for Anna. I'm asking the court to consider that she has been on probation since August of last year. I do see that it's for very much similar charges. She has 9 years in the community. She has full-time employment, verified residence. So it looks like the issues are very much limited to specifically to this kind of alleged behavior. But other than this, she really doesn't have any meaningful felony history. I'm asking that the court consider a low bond.
All right, just a moment. So I am going to impose a $10,000 cash secured bond. The court has concerns. While you're presumed innocent, ma'am, the court does have concerns that there's an allegation that you were driving under the influence while you were on felony probation for driving under the influence, and while you have some Moreno matter related to driving under the influence. It looks like there's a petition to revoke that's been filed on that matter as well. So given the apparent continuation of that behavior, the court has concerns. You're presumed innocent of all these things though. So in any event, $10,000 cash secured bond, you are being ordered to not drive without a valid driver's license, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. The public defender has been appointed to represent you. Your next court date is a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on March 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. If you do post that bond, I'm also going to order that you be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with if you do get out of custody. And also it's important to remember that if you do get out of custody, you're still on probation. So if you're able to post bond before a possible probation hold gets placed, then you must report to your probation officer within 48 hours of your release. Do you understand, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, it's important that you come back to court, because if you don't do that, ma'am, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. Okay, that takes care of it. You are excused.
Here's 10,000. It's cash or secure. Okay. So call me. We modify possibly.
Your Honor, jail here. The next person that was coming up, Mr. Calhoun, has refused to come.
Okay. We'll continue to Mr. Calhoun to tonight, given his refusal to appear.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Got it.
And Your Honor, I believe the victim for Mr. Calhoun is present, so.
Oh. Okay. Is it Calhoun? I think the victim, I'll check in a moment. I believe the victim may be for compass, but I want to.
No, I'm the victim for Calhoun.
Calhoun?
The victim for
Okay.
Calhoun.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here, ma'am. So, I mean, you've heard a little bit about what's been said, but Mr. Calhoun's refusing to be seen this morning, which means he's going to be continued to tonight at 7 o'clock. The hearing will probably start somewhere in the 7 to 7:30 range. Are you able to come back this evening, ma'am?
I am. Will they just send me another Teams link, or will I just click on to the same link?
I think, I'm not, just a second. Is the same link? So the same link should be fine. So if you just use that, then it's going to start at 7 o'clock, but it may not be the first hearing up. There may be a few before it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So Mr. Calhoun, Ms. Uzanova, I don't know if you caught all that, but we're going to continue Mr. Calhoun to tonight, given his failure to, or his refusal to come this morning.
Understood. Thank you, Judge.
You got it.
Your Honor.
Yep. And
I don't know. I got the link a little bit late. I don't know if you guys already saw Randall Lee Campus.
your timing is impeccable. I believe this may be Mr. Campus right here. Are you Mr. Campus, sir?
Yes, I am.
All right. So We have the victim on the line as well. Ma'am, I'll come back to you in a moment. Give me just a minute here. So, Mr. Campus, sir, could you please tell me your true name?
Randall Lee Campus.
All right, so sir, this is your initial appearance. And just a moment. You've been charged with one count of aggravated assault, serious physical injury. It's alleged to be an act of domestic violence. Actually, just a moment. Yeah, I should. So yes, yeah, one count of aggravated assault, serious physical injury. Sir, you're presumed innocent of that allegation. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this matter could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Uzanova is going to help you out this morning. She's seated right next to you. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, review the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is a $35,000 bond. But I'd also like to hear from the victim who's on the line. So ma'am, if you could please tell me your name and then let me know what you'd like me to know. I'd like to consider that before I decide what ought to happen here. Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Buckingham, and I do not want any charges pressed.
Okay. All right,
I
thank
was
you.
irrational last night when I did it.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you on that last sentence, ma'am. What'd you say?
I said I was irrational last night when I pressed charges, and I do not want any charges pressed.
Okay, thank you for that information. Anything else you'd like me to know, ma'am?
No, he's a good person, and things just happened last night, but I do not want any charges pressed.
Okay, thank you for that. Ultimately, that's not up. So let me just kind of on that particular point. What I'm determining this morning is whether or not there's probable cause for the felony offense that he's alleged to have committed. Okay, so I've found that there's probable cause for that incident or for what's alleged. But with that said, you as a victim have a constitutional right to provide input on what you'd like to have happen. And that's important not only at this hearing with when I'm deciding whether or not he should stay in custody or be released, but you also have a very strong right to provide that input to the prosecutor's office because they will be reviewing whether or not this case ought to go forward in the near future. So I would encourage you, ma'am, to reach out to the prosecutor's office and express the feelings that you shared with me to them, because they may factor that into their analysis when they're deciding what to do with the case. All right, so again. All right, so again, Mr. Kaler, the $35,000 bond recommendation, anything further? Mr. Kaler, anything to add to your bond recommendation? Looks like you're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah. And I think he's frozen actually. And one other thing I want to say is that I am reviewing information that's been submitted as well. I just saw that there was a Form 4C that was submitted in relation to this case. So the court is reviewing that right now as well. And so just taking a look at that. Does reflect an elevated or heightened risk based on the responses into that. Mr. Kaler, are you back with us?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, no worries. No worries. So I just said while you were signed off, I did also review the Form 4C responses. Anything further on top of your bond recommendation, sir?
Your Honor, we of course appreciate the victim's input, and I do encourage her to reach out to the victim advocates and the attorney's office. That said, Your Honor, I believe given Mr. Campus's criminal history, including other prior violent convictions, and the nature of this offense, a bond is warranted.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I will request the court to consider release to pretrial services. I know it's highly unusual. I do appreciate the nature of this being domestic violence. It is a concerning interim complaint. However, it looks to me like the victim won't object release. It looks like a very situational type of event that happened. Mr. Campus wanted me to let the court know that he has been working a DCS case for 3 years. He's very close to getting his kid back. In fact, he has a date of March 18th as the scheduled date. It sounds like he's been doing really well for that. He has 35 years in the community. He has alternate housing. Importantly, he was living with the victim, but he does have employment with an admonition to have no contact with the victim whatsoever. I don't see that he's a threat to the community. He also completed probation for 3 years, Judge, in 2016 to 2019, which is notable. Shows
Your
that he's
Honor, I also do
Hang on, ma'am. I'll come back to you in a second, but let Ms. Uzanova keep talking, please.
I believe that shows him to be a good candidate for supervision. So it looks like he's had a pretty complicated past in life. He's got some priors, mostly they're pretty old. And given that he has completed the 3 years of probation, given his current efforts to get his kid back, I believe he deserves a chance. And I do believe he will comply with condition to have no contact with the victim.
Thank you for that. Ms. Buckingham, you wanted to say something, ma'am?
Yes, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say that I do also have alternate housing that I can go to 2 days.
Okay, well, any sort of alternate housing orders are going to be in relation to Mr. Campos, not you. So, but I appreciate you sharing that. So, given the information that's before the court does believe that a bond is appropriate. The court is going to impose a $25,000 cash secured bond. Sir, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. And you're going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, have no contact with Ms. Buckingham, do not go to her residence or place of work. The public defender is appointed to represent you, sir. The preliminary hearing is March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Really important that you come back to court, sir, because if you don't do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. And on the no contact provision, no contact means no contact. That means in or out of the jail, no matter what. No phone, no text, no nothing. All right. Do you understand that, sir? All right. Thank you. You're excused. And Ms. Buckingham, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I got no. Attorney, this can change, okay? They can follow motion. Once they talk to your caseworker, they can follow motion to try to change this, okay?
Mr. Davis.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Okay.
All right. So this is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on a couple matters. So first matter alleges that you failed to appear in relation to charge. Actually, just a moment here. Yeah, that you failed to appear for an arraignment on charges related to possession of a dangerous drug, possession of drug paraphernalia. There's a $500 bond associated with that warrant. It looks like the warrant issued on January 27th. I'm also seeing you on one misdemeanor charge that is alleged to have happened yesterday, alleging that you possess drug paraphernalia. As to all these matters, sir, you're presumed innocent. You do have the right to remain silent. And so I'm going to appoint the Pima County Legal Defender's Office to represent you, sir, as to this matter. In order to prepare, and Ms. Uzanova, seated to your left, she's going to help you out this morning. In order to prepare for this hearing, sir, I've reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the warrant as well, and the state's recommendation, which is a $500 bond, which is the same amount on the warrant. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Uzanova?
Your Honor, I'm requesting release to pretrial services. It appears that he was in steps for a while, for about 4 months, and then failed to appear when the indictment was filed. But clearly, treatment is needed in this case, and he only shows one prior from 2018.
Okay, just a moment. So I do show that there's a 5 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. In light of the history of failing to appear, the prior release to pretrial services, the court is going to impose that $500 cash secured bond. And so that is going to take care of the felony. Other than, sir, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services again. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. You're going to be ordered to not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, possession of firearms or weapons. Legal defender is going to represent you, sir. Your next court date is going to be an arraignment. Your arraignment is going to be 1 week from today on the 26th to 1:30 in the afternoon. That's going to be in Superior Court. So if you're out of custody by then, sir, it's important that you come down to Superior Court next week. Your arraignment should be on the 3rd floor. So come on down if you're out of custody. If you're in custody, you'll probably be seen on video for that. So I believe that that takes care of it for the felony, other than, just a reminder that if you don't come back to future court dates, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. Then we have a misdemeanor matter, which again is that misdemeanor, the possession of drug paraphernalia that's alleged to have happened yesterday. And so on that, I'm going to release you on the misdemeanor. And your next court date is going to be on March 2nd. And that's going to be at 8:30 in the morning. It's going to be in Pima County Justice Court. You're going to get paperwork that says all of this. And so important to come back to court for that one too, if you're out of custody, because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Flores?
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Seen better days.
Yeah, well, I can understand that, sir. So could you please tell me your name?
Chuck Gabriel Flores.
Flores, sir, this is your initial appearance. Seeing you on a charge that alleged that you fled unlawfully from law enforcement. And so you're presumed innocent of that charge, sir. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you. Ms. Uzanova, seated to your left. She's going to help you out for the purpose of today's hearing. And in order to prepare for this hearing and review the information from pretrial, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that you be held on a $10,000 cash secured bond. So, Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Oh, why so much? Oh, sorry.
Looks like he's off again. Ms. Uzanova, I'll give you the floor.
Judge, I'm asking that the court consider release or a much lower bond. It is a unlawful flight, class 5. I know that can pose danger to traffic, but it is a relatively low class felony. He has full-time employment, verified housing. It looks like he's had some failures to appear for the currently open case in Maricopa County. It shows as a 2020 case, but right now he does not have a warrant in that case. He has a scheduled arraignment in February on the 24th. So it sounds like he's nodding his head. He was planning to be at that arraignment to take care of the Maricopa case at this point. Other than that, the history is his history is fairly old cases.
Okay, thank you for that. So it does also appear, just taking a look at the information from pretrial services, that Mr. Flores may have been on release during such time as he is alleged to have committed this new case. The state's not requesting that no bond hearing, but I suppose that that may provide the rationale for why they asked for that $10,000 bond. In any event, the court is going to impose a $5,000 cash secured bond for Mr. Flores, given that it appears that not only is he on release for a matter out of Maricopa County, but there appears to be a failure to appear history as it relates to that Maricopa matter. So seems like there's been some challenges with coming back to court dates and so forth. So for those reasons, the court is going to impose that $5,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Flores, if you post that bond, sir, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. And you're going to be ordered to not drive without a valid driver's license, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. As I said, the public defender is going to represent you, sir. So please stay in contact with them. Your next court date down here in Pima County is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's on March 2nd. You're going to get paperwork that says this. So that should take care of it. If you don't come back to court, sir, a warrant's going to issue for your arrest. So please be sure to do that, right?
But doesn't know cash only.
Your excuse. It's cash secured, sir.
So you can, they will put up the agency for 50% of that, which is 500. Okay.
Well.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please tell me your name.
Eduardo Germán Romo Gómez.
All right, Gomez, this is your initial appearance. And I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed aggravated driving under the influence and that you possessed a deadly weapon while being a prohibited possessor. Also that you committed threatening or intimidating with injury or damage to property. That's a class 1 misdemeanor. The first 2 are class 4 felonies. You're presumed innocent. All these allegations, sir, anything you say about this stuff could be used against you. You do have the right to remain silent. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Uzanova is seated to your left. She's going to help you out for today's sake. In order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information in the interim complaint and the information from pretrial plus the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $2,500 cash secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional.
All right, thank you. And so, Ms. Uzanova?
Judge, I'm asking the court consider release or a low bond. Mr. Gomez is a lifelong resident of Tucson. He has verified housing and employment. He does show 2 prior felonies, one of which was designated a misdemeanor. It looks like he completed probation from looking at the record. It does look like he completed probation for both of these cases. One was in 2016 and one in 2021. So given this, I believe he's a good candidate for supervised release, and I'm asking release to pretrial services.
All right, you've convinced me. All right, so, sir, if I release you, are you willing to follow certain conditions that include that you possess no firearms or weapons, you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you not drive without a valid driver's license? You willing to do that?
Yes.
All right, so given that you're telling me that you're willing to do that, and given that Ms. Uzanova makes a good point that when you've been given a chance on release in the past, you have done well, whether it's on probation or while cases are pending, willing to take a chance on you and release you to the supervision of pretrial services. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's on March 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Again, no driving without a valid driver's license, no alcohol, illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. Public defender is going to represent you, sir, so please stay in contact with them. That takes care of it. You're excused. Actually, hold on. We also have the misdemeanor. Just a moment on that. We got to do the misdemeanor real quick. Actually, no, we don't. It looks like it was all part of the same thing. So never mind. You're excused, sir. But we have a city matter. Sorry. Getting all mixed up over here. That's where the misdemeanor is. Okay, so the city matter is that misdemeanor that's alleged to be part of the same incident. And so on that, sir, again, presumed innocent of that. I'm going to release you on that matter. However, you're going to have a hearing in city court. You're going to get paperwork that says this, but your next court date in city court is going to be on March 19th. It's going to be at 2:30 in the afternoon. So it's important you come back to court for that, sir. The hearing is going to be in front of Judge Hale. And again, possess, consume no alcoholic beverages, don't drive without a valid license. And this is also the time set for your arraignment on that matter, sir. I'm going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf. You're presumed innocent of this charge as well. It's important that you come back to court, not only because you could get a warrant, but also because trial could go forward in your absence on this misdemeanor. And if you were convicted at that trial and you couldn't be sentenced within 90 days of that conviction because you were nowhere to be found, you didn't show up, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction. Do you understand, sir?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. You're excused.
Mr. Garcia?
Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Anthony Gracia.
Okay, gotcha. All right. There was a question about that. Thank you for that. And so this is your initial appearance. And it looks like you've been charged, sir, with possession of a dangerous drug for sale, possession of a narcotic drug for sale, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of all these matters, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this case could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. And I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 cash or secured bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir?
Your Honor, Mr. Garcia does have prior felony convictions. The amounts of drugs in this case are not, astronomical, but they are above the threshold. He was in possession of about 10 grams of meth. Your Honor, I believe a bond is appropriate here. If the court is not inclined to order the $10,000 bond, I believe a lower bond would still be appropriate.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I'm asking the court to consider that Mr. Gracia is a lifelong resident of Tucson. He has full-time employment that's verified. The amounts, while not trivial, are also not inconsistent with personal use. It looks like it was charged for sale mainly due to the larger than usual amounts that we see. And possibly because there was a group of people, possibly also because there was a digital scale, but really none of these things amount to a clear evidence of sales. There were no small baggies, most notably, which are usually there if someone is distributing drugs. Also, I have to point out that $183 is really not a large amount of currency as noted in the interim complaint. All that said, given his current employment, he shows some felony history, but it's fairly distant in time. It looks like the last case he shows was from 2018. So he's 29 years old now, Judge, and I'm hoping the court will consider releasing him or a low bond.
All right, thank you very much. The court's going to impose a $3,000 cash secured bond. So, sir, if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. You're also going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. As I said, public defender's your attorney. Your next court date's a preliminary hearing, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney because they can tell you more about that, sir. It's also important that you come back to future court dates because if you do not do that, a warrant could issue for your arrest. All right, you are excused, sir.
Thank you. If you want the performance agency.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hudson?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please tell me your name.
Eric Lee Hudson.
All right, sir, I'm seeing you on a couple things here. Just a second, or at least one thing. One moment. Okay, so I'm seeing you on a warrant that issued, it's a grand jury warrant that issued in relation to charges that are alleged to have happened on October 4th, 2024. It includes 2 counts of armed robbery, 2 counts of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, 2 counts of burglary in the first degree. So you're presumed innocent of those charges, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. And you also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing or review the information from pretrial services, the warrant information, which does list a bond in the amount of $100,000, and also the state's recommendation, which is a $100,000 cash only bond. Court does also note that it appears that you're on parole on a matter that is out of another state. So it looks like it's Perert County, Texas. And also potentially may have a warrant out of Noble County, Oklahoma. So in light of that, Mr. Kaler, anything further that you'd like me to know?
Your Honor, the allegations in this case are very concerning. Mr. Hudson went to 2 different separate convenience stores in Pima County within just a few hours, pointed a firearm at the clerk at each store and demanded cash. Given that, Your Honor, I believe that a cash only bond is appropriate for this case, especially given that Mr. Hudson was apprehended in Texas after this incident and it appears to have pending criminal matters in multiple states.
All right, thank you very much for that information, Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I'm asking the court to consider that he did not fail to appear because he was really unable to. It very much is clear in the record that he was still in custody back in April of last year. He was in custody until May 23rd for the Texas case. So he does not have a willing failure to appear in this case currently. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Okay, I have also reviewed the criminal history, which is concerning in nature. Given everything that's before the court is going to impose a $75,000 cash only bond. So Mr. Hudson, if you post that bond, sir, you get out of custody, then you're going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. You're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring agreement that they ask you to comply with. No contact with any alleged victims. Do not go back to the incident locations. And so that will take care of it. And other than to let you know, sir, a couple things. You have your next court date is an arraignment. That's going to be 1 week from today on the 26th, 1:30 in the afternoon. If you're out of custody, it's important that you come back to that, because if you don't, a warrant will issue for your arrest. Also stay in contact with with your attorney, because they can keep you up to speed on what all is going on. All right, sir, that takes care of it. You're excused.
These are charges about mutually things, okay? That you've had a warrant for really for quite a while. I'm not from here. I know you have charges from here in Pima County back from October 2024. That's what this case is, okay?
Okay. Is there any way I can get in contact with you about this?
This is your attorney's.
Okay.
You will have an attorney appointed with you. Usually, once you call the number, you can speak to someone. To
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Just tell me your name.
Perert Roll Call.
All right, Mr. Khan, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a couple matters. They're both new alleged felony charges, new felony charges. So it's a total of 3 counts, 2 counts of aggravated assault, deadly weapon, dangerous instrument, and then 1 count of, let's see. 1 count of resisting arrest. It's all alleged to have happened yesterday on the 18th. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. Anything you say about them could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaints, the information from pretrial services, and the state's recommendations, which is that I hold you on a $5,000 bond as it relates to the aggravated assault part of the case involving the allegation of a simulated firearm / dangerous instrument, and then a $10,000 bond as it relates to the resisting arrest. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Uzanova?
What were you saying? I was not given this.
Yeah, take time. Take time.
You,
I don't have this.
Judge, I'm asking that the court consider release to pretrial services. Mr. Concho's one prior from 2014. It does look like he completed supervision successfully for that case. I would like to know that there may be some mental health issues going on, but he's a lifelong resident of Tucson. He does have family support. His residence was verified by his mother. The road rage event involves a alleged display of a firearm.
Don't own a firearm.
He does seem to be experiencing some symptoms right now. I'm asking the court consider release to pretrial services.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me start with the aggravated assault side of it first. As to that matter, the court is going to hold you on a $7,500 cash secured bond, sir. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing on Monday, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. You're going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. If you post that bond, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Public defender's your attorney. So that takes care of that first one. Then moving on to the resisting side of it, court's going to hold you on a $2,500 bond as it relates to the resisting arrest side of it. So again, if you post the bond on that one, then you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So again, comply with what they ask you to comply with, please. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Preliminary hearing on that one is the same day, same time, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Last thing I need to tell you, sir, is that it's important that you come back to future court dates. It's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not come back to future court dates, then a warrant could issue for your arrest. You could find yourself back in custody, okay? You're excused.
it's not advisable. No, all this judge can do is set conditions of release. He's not deciding the case. Okay? It's going to take a while to figure out the case against you, okay? Okay, you have 2 minutes. Your both phones are secure. Okay.
So 7,500.
7,500 misdemeanor to me. So there's nothing the bonds agency can do. If you post it, yes. Yes. Okay. And this is your attorney's number. Okay. So this court, if you want.
I'll tell that to them.
Yeah. Don't your attorney, not to people in here.
The things are as long as I'm safe, I guess.
Could you please tell me your name?
Lawless.
All right, Ms. Lawless, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on 2 charges, one of which is possession of a narcotic drug, and then the other is possession of drug paraphernalia. You're presumed innocent of both of them. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this case could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, ma'am, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you. And so in order to prepare for this hearing, to review the information, the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I release you to pretrial services and I set a steps court hearing. Ms. Uzanova, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right, willing to waive time?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So, Ms. Lawless, here's what's happening, okay? So I'm gonna release you from custody today, but it looks like you might be eligible for a program called STEPS, which is a pretty good deal, in my opinion. Let me tell you why. So STEPS is a program where if you agree to engage in drug treatment and you agree to stay in contact with pretrial services while your case is playing out, you do those two things, the entire case can be dismissed without you even being indicted, let alone convicted. So it's a really good opportunity, in my humble opinion. Is that something that you're interested in learning more about, ma'am? All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna set your next court date. It's gonna be a STEPS court hearing. It's gonna be 1 week from today on the 26th, so that's next Thursday at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna be in Superior Court in front of Judge Miller downtown, okay? So it's important that you come downtown for that hearing 1 week from today, because you'll learn more information about the STEPS program. And if you want to do it, you can sign up for it at that time. If you don't come back to court 1 week from today, then that could result in a warrant issuing for your arrest. You could lose the ability to participate in STEPS. And so the legal defender's office, so please stay in contact with them, and they can tell you more about it. But it's, as I said, it's a good opportunity. Ultimately it's your choice, but it's a really good opportunity, I think, for a few reasons. Your next court date is a week from today. We're also going to set a preliminary hearing. It's going to be on April 6th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So you'll learn more about what that means and all that. But the important thing is to come back to court 1 week from today. You are going to be released to pretrial services today's date. So please stay in contact with them and do what they ask you to do. Also going to order that you not possess any firearms or weapons, that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. That takes care of it, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Lopez. Support.
Get you. Okay.
Okay, have to.
Good morning, sir. Please tell me your name.
Alfredo Antonio Monge.
All right, Mr. Monge, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a charge that alleges that you committed criminal trespass in the first degree. So you're presumed innocent of that, sir. Anything you say about this matter could be used against you. And you do have the right to remain silent. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. So in order to prepare for this hearing, we'll review the information in the interim complaint, the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I'd release you to pretrial services. Any objection to that, Ms. Uzanova?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so that's what I'm going to do, sir. I'm going to release you from custody today's date. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on March 11th. That's March 11th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender, because they can tell you more about that and what all that means. I'm also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. You do not go back to the incident location or the victim's residence place of work, which based on the allegation is the same place. And then also that you have no contact with the victims. You willing to follow those directives, sir?
Yes.
All right, so in light of that, I'm going to release you, sir. Stay in contact with your attorney. They'll keep you up to speed on what all's going on, all right? Have a good day.
Says talk to your attorney, okay? And join pretrial. Just don't go into anybody's residence. Right.
Mitchell.
Morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name? No? All right, sir.
It's tonight. You okay?
So sir, I need to have you tell.
The judge is there decided here now to release to illegal, right? Can you tell us, Judge, your name? No, wait, no.
Sir, if you're not willing to tell me your name, then that's a choice. You're entitled to make that choice, but I'm going to continue your hearing to tonight. And you can think about whether or not you'd like to tell tonight's judge your name. So do you want to tell me your name or do you want to wait and be seen tonight?
Mitchell Ryan Nastai.
All right, thank you, sir. So this is your initial appearance. And sir, I'm seeing you on allegations that allege that you committed unlawful use of means of transportation, disorderly conduct that's alleged to be an act of domestic violence, 3 counts of that, theft by control, and then animal cruelty through neglect or abandonment. Looks like you made
What?
These are just allegations, sir. You're presumed innocent of all these things. I'm just the messenger. Nobody's saying that you're guilty of any of this. You're presumed innocent of all of them. So you do have the right to remain silent as it relates to all of these allegations. Anything you say about the case could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. So Ms. Uzanova, seated to your left, she's going to help you out for today's sake. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $50,000 bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further, sir?
Your Honor, I would note Mr. Nastai's prior felony convictions. Additionally, Your Honor, the nature of the offense here, he did discharge a firearm. He has a history of failure to appear, and he has other prior violent convictions apart from this. So, Your Honor, I believe the point is correct.
All right, thank you. And before I turn to the defense, is there a hold in place?
There is an
Yes, Judge, there's a probation hold.
All right, so it sounds like a probation hold just got placed. So Ms. Uzanova, your position on bond?
Judge, in light of that, I'm requesting a low bond, but I just wanted to point out that I was similarly confused about the animal cruelty charge, but it does seem to involve the police canine, actually. So it is related to an attempt to not be apprehended by the canine, just for Mr. Nastai's sake.
Okay, thank you for that. Given the information that's before the court is going to hold Mr. Nastaj on a $40,000 cash or secured bond. You do have the probation hold, so essentially whatever bond I set would have resulted in you being held anyways because you got the probation hold. So I'm also going to order that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact with the alleged victims, and do not go back to the alleged incident location. I'm noting the probation hold that has been placed, and your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing. That's going to be on March 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. And so please stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender's office because they can tell you more about that. And it's important, if you do get out of custody, sir, it's important that you come back to court because if you don't do that, sir, a warrant could issue for your arrest. You are excused. Thank you.
Officer. Morning, Your Honor.
Here, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Gus Paul Possert.
Possert, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on allegations that you committed aggravated harassment, which is alleged to have been an act of domestic violence. That's alleged to have happened on February 9th, 2026. And you're presumed innocent of this matter, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about this matter could be used against you. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Ms. Uzanova is seated to your left. She's going to help you out for today's sake. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information in the interim complaint. I reviewed the Form 4C that has been provided by the alleged victim. Also reviewed the information from pretrial services and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you without bond pursuant to Article 2 of the Section 22 of the Arizona Constitution, which says that if you are on release for at least one felony offense and you're alleged to have committed a new felony offense while you're on release for that first offense, then the law allows for you to be held without bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further you'd like to add, sir?
Nothing additional.
All right, thank you. Ms. Uzanova?
Your Honor, I requested a no bond hearing, they said.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order that Mr. Possert be held without bond. I'm going to set a preliminary hearing, and it's going to be on March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. And I'm also going to set a no bond hearing, and that's going to be on Tuesday, February 24th, 1:30 in the afternoon. And sir, if you do get out of custody somehow, some way, you're going to be ordered to possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, have no contact whatsoever with the alleged victim. And no contact means no contact. That means no text, no phone, no nothing. And that includes even if you're in the jail, like you may not reach out and contact the victim, whether you're in custody or out of custody. Also, do not go to the victim's residence or place of work. And that should take care of it, sir. So also, one last thing is that if you get out of custody, it's important that you come back to court, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you.
Since the date when conditions of release have been decided, but your name comes without warrant till then, just because you underline felonies, okay? You may get over it this time. We don't know yet, okay? But this is your journey. So they will be there and we can talk to them. Okay.
Sadik. I got it. Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell me your name?
Mohammed Sadik.
Hi, Mr. Sadik. This is your initial appearance, sir. I'm seeing you on a fugitive matter that's alleging that you're a fugitive of justice out of the state of Arkansas. And so you're presumed innocent of that allegation, sir. Looks like it relates to 4 counts of terroristic threatening and then 1 count of stalking in the 2nd degree that are alleged to have happened on January 9th of 2023. As I said, you're presumed innocent of all this stuff, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about it could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint the legal defender to represent you, sir. And Ms. Uzanova, seated to your left, she's going to help you out for today's sake. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services. I reviewed the information in the interim complaint and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $75,000 cash secured bond. However, just a moment, let me take a look.
Just the information that we have. Terrorists,
Those ones not twenty with stalking.
stalking is like continuing unwanted contact with your courts.
Just a second.
Still having 21, maybe. I would have done for this. I would have paroled it.
To jail.
What?
What?
This is messed up. Remember, I was here last time and I violated my parole and I topped the charge. I went to jail. They never charged. They had 60 days. I found 8.6 and everything. This charge happened in 2021. What we talking about? I better shit. I screwed my life. I fucked up.
So anything further from the state? Interestingly, I'm looking at the information on pretrial services, and it appears that Mr. Sadik, there's a probation violation warrant that's been issued as it relates to a matter out of Bryant, Arkansas. The parole violation warrant issued in June of 2025 in relation to burglary, robbery, terroristic act charges. I'm sorry, the conviction was for residential burglary. However, that's not what I'm seeing him on this morning. It's on charges of alleged stalking and the charges that I mentioned earlier. It appears that he failed to appear for a review hearing. So that may have been a pre-conviction matter. So that is all to say that I'm not sure, based on the allegations that are being seen this morning, that he's entitled to be held without bond pursuant to 133856. Mr. Kaler, anything further you'd like to add? Oh, you're muted.
Can you hear me now, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies, Your Honor. I continue to have some technical difficulties. Your Honor, I don't have anything additional other than the nature of the offenses concerning and the fugitive nature of this warrant.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I'm asking the court to consider that he has just the one failure to appear for what appears to be a review hearing back in February of 2025. So it does look like it is a pre-conviction matter, at least according to the information that we have. It doesn't look like he's been convicted of that offense, and it's a fairly old case. I'm asking the court consider release so that he can report and take care of the case.
Just a second. Okay, so I'm taking another look at this, and I've seen information on pretrial services in the sense that the listed charges relate to a different offense than he was booked on. And so I booked in relation to, or at least the information that's showing on the booking sheet page relates to the parole violation warrant out of Arkansas. And I say that because it references an issuance date of the warrant of June 19th, 2025. So it looks like the charges that are listed in pretrial services are incorrect, but he was, well, maybe incorrect, and that he was actually booked on the parole violation. In light of that, given what he was booked on, the court is going to order that Mr. Sadik be held without bond. However, this is not perfectly clear, in my opinion, given the information that is available at this moment. He's got it appears that he has 3 matters out of all stages of things. So in any event, ordering that Mr. Sadik be held without bond. We're going to set a hearing next week, sir. It's going to be on the 24th, which is Tuesday at 1:30. And if there's something that your attorney ought to file to get this addressed so that it's not a no bond hold any longer, they can do that. And so we'll have a hearing on Tuesday to talk more about this. But for now, you're going to be ordered held without bond, sir. If you do get out of custody somehow, you're going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs, may not leave the state of Arizona, other than to go back to Arkansas for the express purpose of addressing the fugitive warrant matter. So you may, if you are out of custody, you may leave the state only for the purpose of going to Arkansas to resolve this. Do you understand, sir? All right. Thank you very much, sir. You are excused.
He's actually on me. It's okay. I don't understand. They issued a parole for your 2015 case.
So second one, they said 2024. Yeah. That was in 2021. Yeah, it's kind of
what's going on. Okay.
I walked it out, went for all this.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Hey, just one day, only we try to twice. I got me out of football, but it's 30 years, but every time one day only. Okay.
Morning, sir.
Morning,
You just tell me your name.
Christopher Smith.
All right, Mr. Smith, I'm seeing you on a few things. So we're going to start with, well, just a moment. We get it all teed up here. So I'm seeing you on charges that you allege that you committed organized retail theft. That's alleged to have happened yesterday. I'm also seeing you on, looks like 7 different warrants, 6 of which are out of Tucson City Court. The 7th is out of South Tucson courts. So you're presumed innocent on all these matters, sir. As far as it relates to the warrants, 6 out of the 7 of them relate to theft allegations, and the 7th relates to criminal trespass allegations. Those are all misdemeanors. You're presumed innocent of all this stuff, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to be represented by an attorney as to the felony matter. I'm going to appoint the Pima County legal defender to represent you, sir. Ms. Uzanova, seated to your left. She's going to help you out for the purpose of today's hearing. And in order to prepare for the today's hearing, I review the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $5,000 cash secured bond. Mr. Taylor, anything further?
Your Honor, nothing further at this time. Apologies that I'm connected by phone.
Yeah, no worries. I understand. No problem with that. Ms. Uzanova?
Judge, I'm asking the court to consider release to pretrial services. Mr. Smith informs me that every time he's been released to pretrial, he has complied. This is an organized retail theft case. It appears that the incident that he was arrested for involves $160 some worth of merchandise. There's some alleged prior incidents with a sum over 2,000 that are listed in the interim complaint, but I really don't see what information these are based on. So I'm asking the court not consider that. There's no indication of how he was ID'd or where this information came from, what kind of record the store has kept. So if we're dealing with this one incident, he's got 5 years of residence in the community. He shows some felony priors, but the latest or the most recent of them is from 2013. He was paroled and successfully completed parole, and he hasn't had any felony charges since 2021. So given the nature of the offense, I'm asking that the court release to pretrial services.
All right, thank you very much. Given the information that's before the court as it relates to the felony, I also note that he's a 6 out of 6 on the new criminal activity scale and a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. In light of that, the court is going to impose a $3,500 cash secured bond. If you post that bond, sir, you are going to be released to the supervision of pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Do not possess any firearms or weapons. Consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Do not go back to any Walgreens store. Okay, just your days of going into Walgreens are over, sir. So please do not do that. Additionally, your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing, and that's going to be at 1:30 in the afternoon, and it's going to be on March 2nd. So please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender's office. If you do get out of custody, sir, and you don't come back to court dates, then a warrant will issue for your arrest. So it's important that you come back to court. All right. And so that takes care of that. We're going to move on to the city court matter now. I'm sorry, the South Tucson court matter. We're going to finish with the city court stuff. On the South Tucson matter, that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a count of theft, one count of theft. Going to release you on that matter, sir. Your next court date is going to be on March 10th, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be a case management conference down there. If you're still in custody, you'll probably be seen on video. If you're out of custody, it's important that you come back to court because I think you know what happens when that doesn't happen, sir. And so March 10th is the next court date there, 10 o'clock in the morning. Then let's move on to the city stack. So we got 6 files out of Tucson City Court, again, all alleging failures to appear. 5 out of the 6 of them allege failures to appear on theft charges. So on those, you are, again, presumed innocent of all of these allegations. And on those, I'm going to hold you on the city matter as well. I'm going to hold you on a bond of $1,000 on the city cases. It's going to be a cash or secured bond. I'm going to appoint the city public defender to represent you. If you do get out of custody, sir, you're going to need to not go back to any of the incident locations and possess, consume no alcoholic beverages, illegal drugs. And your next court date is going to be a video review. Actually, excuse me. Yeah, it's going to be a video review, February 27th. That's going to be at 1:45 in the afternoon. You're going to get paperwork that says all this. Should be in front of Judge Cranshaw. Noting the felony hold on here as well. And then one last thing from me, sir. This is also the time set for your arraignment on the city court matters. I'm going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf, sir. You're presumed innocent of all of the allegations. It's important that you come back to court, not only because of the warrant that I mentioned, but also because trial could go forward in your absence on one or more of these cases. If you were convicted in your absence and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days, then you could lose the ability to appeal that conviction, sir. Do you understand?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Well, your turn.
Oh, those someone else have a those? No, okay.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Could you please tell me your name?
Okay,
Terry Wells.
This is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on a few different things. So a variety of charges. One set of them are alleged to have happened on February 13th. The other set are alleged to have happened yesterday. It includes various counts of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, various counts of possession of a dangerous drug for sale, multiple counts of possession of a deadly weapon by a prohibited possessor, criminal damage, possession of a weapon in a drug offense, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. As to all these allegations, sir, you are presumed innocent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you, and you do have the right to remain silent. I'm going to appoint an attorney to represent you, sir. That attorney is going to be with the Pima County Legal Defender's Office. And in order to prepare for this hearing, I have reviewed the information supplied by pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $30,000 bond on each of these two cases. So, Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additionally.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Uzanova?
Judge, I'm asking for a lower bond. That just seems like a impossibly high bond. I do understand the presence of criminal history, and these are very much multiple charges. But I'm asking for a reasonable bond.
All right, thank you very much. As it relates to, we're going to talk about the first matter. When I say the first matter, I'm talking about the case that alleges the 8 pounds of fentanyl pills, 8 pounds. That's 8 pounds of fentanyl pills. The court's going to impose a $50,000 cash-only bond as it relates to that matter, sir. And if you post that bond, you are going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. You're also going to be ordered to not possess any firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And again, legal defender's your attorney. The preliminary hearing for that case, sir, is, sir, you following along? You awake, Mr. Wells, sir? I need you to listen up, sir, please. So I'm just telling you about some of the court's orders. You're going to get paperwork that says this, but I need to make sure that you're able to follow along. So I'm ordering that you possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Bond is $50,000 cash only. Pretrial services if you post that bond. It's a preliminary hearing, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. Please stay in contact with your attorney at the legal defender because they can tell you more about that. So that takes care of the first one. Next, we're going to move on to the other part of the case. And the other part of the case is what alleges incidents that happened on the 18th. So as to those, court's going to impose a $25,000 cash secured bond. And if you post that bond, sir, again, pretrial services will be supervising you, so please do what they ask you to do. No firearms or weapons, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Preliminary hearing, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. And it's important that you come back to court dates because if you don't do that, sir, a warrant will issue for your arrest, all right? That takes care of it, sir. You are excused.
Mr. Bonds, next to what you read, your attorney is also okay. Right, kids. Switch.
I'm sorry.
What's your name?
I should put myself on it. Sure, bro. And he can't take care of. I look at him. verified.
Way too.
Is that? Information system.
I'm looking for work.
Why do we have 60, 14, 15 months? I can have lived. But here's my brother, his stepfather. My brother died a couple months ago. I don't like to take it for a mother. And there's nobody else to take care of.
And sir, can you please tell me your name?
David Wilkins.
Mr. Wilkins, sir, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you committed 2 counts of burglary in the first degree and then 1 count of trafficking and stolen property. One of the counts of burglary in the first degree is alleged to have happened on February 10th. The other 2 counts I mentioned are alleged to have happened on February 16th of 2026. You're presumed innocent of all these allegations, sir. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You do have the right to be represented by an attorney. I'm going to appoint who's the attorney. It's going to be the Pima County Public Defender is going to prepare for this hearing or review the information for pretrial services, the information and the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $10,000 bond. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Your Honor, at the time of that recommendation, I did not have the full pretrial report. I think what I would add to my recommendation is that, you know, the prior felony history that Mr. Wilkins has, that is indicated in the pretrial report. Your Honor, I think at least the $10,000 bond is appropriate given that felony history and the allegations here, if not a higher bond.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Uzanova?
Judge, I'm asking to release to pretrial services or a much lower bond. I do see the concerning first degree here, but it seems to be based on firearms that were taken as part of the alleged burglary, not as a force or firearm used in the commission of the burglary. I know that that's included. However, that's a distinction worth making. Mr. Wilkins is 62. I do see the criminal history, but it is fairly distant in time. The most recent offense appears to be from 2018. He currently does have full-time employment. He's worked at his current employment for about 1.5 years. In addition, he takes care of his stepfather who has advanced Parkinson's disease. He's wheelchair bound. Mr. Wilkins is the only caretaker who is currently taking care of him. And Mr. Wilkins' mother passed away 2 months ago, which left him as the caretaker. Given all of this, and his presence and continued residence in the state being verified by family, I'm requesting that the court consider release or a low bond.
All right, thank you. The court is going to impose that $10,000 cash secured bond. If you post that, sir, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services, so please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. Monitoring that you not possess any firearms or weapons, you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. You also not engage in any sort of pawning or resale activity, so I'm putting that in here as well. Your next court date is going to be a preliminary hearing that's on March 2nd, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. And so stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender because they can keep you up to speed on what all is going on with that. It's important that you come back to future court dates, sir, because if you do not do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. All right, you are excused, sir. Thank you.
Standard modified. Later. Okay. If you get that.
Thank you. And Mr. White.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Please tell me your name.
Alexander Wyman.
Mr. Wyman, sir, this is your initial appearance. I'm seeing you on charges that allege that you that you possessed a dangerous drug and that you also committed shoplifting, which is a class 1 misdemeanor. Also seen you on a failure to appear in relation to a assault allegation out of Tucson City Courts. So in order to, first of all, you have the right to remain silent as it relates to all these allegations. Anything you say about these matters could be used against you. You have the right to be represented by an attorney. I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender to represent you, sir. In order to prepare for this hearing, I reviewed the information from pretrial services, the information in the interim complaint, and the state's recommendation, which is that I hold you on a $1,000 bond, and I also set a steps court hearing. Mr. Kaler, anything further?
Nothing additional, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Uzanova.
Judge, I'm asking release to pretrial services. I do see criminal history. I do see that he has failures to appear. The most recent offense is from 2021. This is a simple drug possession case, and the amount is not listed at all. So I really don't know what we're dealing with. It doesn't appear that the substance was confirmed, at least according to the interim complaint, to be NIC tested. It's just alleged methamphetamine per his own admission. So I'm asking the court consider all of this and release him to pretrial services.
All right, thank you very much. Right, it does appear that there was not confirmation testing. At least there's not information about that in the interim complaint. However, given Mr. Wyman's statement that it was in fact methamphetamine, the court does not see any issue as it relates to probable cause. The court does also note that Mr. Wyman is a 6 out of 6 on the failure to appear scale. In light of that, the court's going to impose a $500 cash as secured bond. And so if you post that bond, sir, you're going to be supervised by pretrial services. So please comply with any monitoring or treatment that they ask you to comply with. You're also going to be ordered to possess no firearms or weapons, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. And your preliminary hearing is going to be on March 2nd at 1:30 in the afternoon. So stay in contact with your attorney at the public defender. They can talk to you about that more. It also looks like you may be eligible for a program called Steps, sir. And so it's, in my opinion, you can make your own decision and your own determination, but it's a pretty good opportunity in the sense that it gives folks that are eligible for it, if you are eligible for this program, it gives you the opportunity to have this case get dismissed.
I just want to get released. I'm not supposed to. I shouldn't even have a bond. I should be able to get released on the whole top.
It's the judge's decision. It's the city.
Yeah, so sir, I mean, I don't know if this explanation is going to be, worthwhile for you, but pretrial services has a validated tool to see how likely it is that somebody is going to fail to appear in the future. And it's usually based upon information relating to past failures to appear. And that tool, it's an objective tool, says that you're a 6 out of 6, which means that you're the highest risk for failing to appear. So a $500 bond is about the best I can do under that circumstance, sir, respectfully. So looks like you may be eligible for this program called Steps. And what it is it's a way for you, assuming that you're eligible, to have this entire case dismissed before you even get indicted. What it involves is you agreeing to participate in drug treatment, and you don't have to make a decision on this today. But if you complete the drug treatment requirement, you can have the entire case dismissed. Is that something that you're interested in hearing more about, sir?
How long is the program?
So that it depends on your individual needs. It's not terribly long though. And in terms of how long it is, that depends on your individual needs, and that would be decided later. You're not agreeing to, you're not signing up for anything today. You're just letting me know if you want to learn more about this possibility, and you can say, nah, I don't want to do it later, if that's something that you prefer not to do.
I don't believe I need any treatment or anything. I don't even know why I'm here, to tell you the truth.
Well, the allegation, sir, is that you possess some methamphetamine, so a small amount. Just to,
that's not right. I was actually
just hang on, sir. Hang on. You do have the right to remain silent, and you're live and direct right now. You're being broadcast actually on YouTube, I think. And additionally, anything you say about this matter could be used against you. So, and they're just allegations, so nobody's saying that you're guilty. It's just what the allegation is. The state would have to prove anything before you're held to account for this. So in any event, sir, I've made the decision on the bond recommendation. It sounds like you're not interested in the steps court hearing. So I'm not going to set one unless I hear otherwise, but it sounds like you're not interested in that, which is fine, sir. That's your choice. So we're just going to keep the pretrial hearing, the preliminary hearing, March 2nd, 1:30 in the afternoon. And that takes care of it, sir. Thank you.
Judge, I'm requesting that we set an initial steps hearing, and between now and then, if Mr. Wyman remains in custody, he will have an attorney visit, and hopefully we can talk to him some more about it.
I'm happy to do that. So that initial steps hearing is going to be 1 week from today. That's the 26th, February 26th, 9 o'clock in the morning in front of Judge Miller. And so, as I said, Mr. Wyman, it doesn't obligate you to anything. Just talk with your attorney about it, and then you get to make a choice later. All right. So that's it for today, sir. Other than to let you know that if you get out of custody, it's important that you come back to court, because if you don't do that, a warrant will issue for your arrest. And also, I need to talk to you about the city court matter real quick, and then we'll be done. So on the city court matter, I'm seeing you on one charge that alleges that you failed to appear in relation to a charge of assault. And so on that, presumed innocent of that as well, sir, I'm going to release you on that misdemeanor. And so your next court date on that is going to be a non-transport review. That's going to be on March 13th at 9 o'clock in the morning. As I said, I'm releasing you on that. And possess, consume no alcohol, illegal drugs, no contact of any kind with the alleged victim. I'm going to appoint the city public defender for you on that, sir. And one last thing, and then we're done. You're probably tired of hearing me talk. I'm tired of hearing me talk. This is also the time set for your arraignment, sir. I'm going to enter pleas and not guilty on your behalf. If you don't come back to future court dates on your city court matter, trial could go forward in your absence. And you could lose the ability to appeal your conviction if you were convicted in your absence, and couldn't be sentenced within 90 days. All right, sir, that takes care of it. Have a good day.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Was it 26? When you could be able for diversions. If you
Okay, let's see. You are charged with possession of drug paraphernalia, drinking in public, and resisting arrest. You do have a probation hold, so you're gonna remain in jail on that hold regardless. I'm gonna release you on this misdemeanor case with orders not to possess or consume any alcoholic beverages or illegal drugs. Don't go back to the incident location. I am appointing the city public defender to represent you. There's going to be a non-transport review scheduled for March 13th, 9 o'clock. You will not be transported to that court date, but the public defender will be there representing you. And someone from that office should be out there to see you before that date. Okay, you're excused. Hello, what's your name? Curtis Moore. Mr. Morris, you have several domestic violence cases in Tucson City Court that you've already been seen on. You have a new one here from today. Domestic violence threats and intimidation, and 2 counts of domestic violence disorderly conduct, domestic violence failure to comply with a court order, and domestic violence harassment by communication. I'm going to order that you have no contact of any kind with Letitia Massengale, or Angel Walker. Stay away from their home and / workplaces. And do not commit any acts of domestic violence, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or other weapons. The new case is consolidated with the older cases. $2,500 bond. Video review is scheduled for February 24th at 1:45 at City Court. If you bond out, March 13th, 9 o'clock. And the city public defender is appointed to represent you. Someone from that office should be out there to see you before your court date. You're excused. Hello, what's your name?
Lawrence Moreno. Hello, Your Honor.
Mr. Moreno, you were charged with criminal trespass and criminal damage. This is from February 6th. You have a bunch of other cases that I guess you've already been seen on in Tucson City Court. This is just added to those. And I believe you are being held on those older cases. I'm going to set bond in this new one in the amount of $100. You're not to have contact with the alleged victim, and don't return to the incident location, no alcohol or illegal drugs. Video review is February 25th at 1:30. If you bond out, it'll still be the same date and time at city court, public defender appointed. You're excused.
Morris. Morris is that. Yeah, I changed it, switch it up.
Hello, what's your name?
My name's Zachariah Calhoun.
Calhoun. Okay. Okay, Mr. Calhoun, you've got a couple of matters here. One of which is from. Well, I guess they're both from the same date. Unlawful flight from pursuing law enforcement. And on a separate docket, domestic violence, kidnapping, domestic violence, aggravated assault, theft of means of transportation, domestic violence, preventing use of telephone in an emergency. And let's see. On the one case, the state is recommending a bond of $25,000 with pretrial services supervision if that bond is posted. And on the other matter, 100,000 with pretrial services supervision is posted. We're gonna order no alcohol or drugs, no firearms or other weapons. And let's see. No contact with Alana Welch, stay away from her home and workplace. Don't drive without a valid license, no active domestic violence, no firearms or other weapons. And no alcohol or drugs, and you do have a probation hold. We'll hear from the defense in regard to the bond request.
Yes, sir, thank you. So it looks like this probation matters. The other one is from Superior Court. So given that no matter what happens today, he's probably not going to be released on that. We would ask the court to establish a $10,000 bond on the first case and a $2,500 bond on the second case. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, the state's requesting the high bond on the DV case, just given the history, the lethality behind these types of offenses, as well as being on felony probation for the tampering involving the same victim in the current case. And the $25,000 bond on the flight case is warranted, again, given the criminal history and the nature of the offense.
Okay, there's a question here. The statute, one of the statutes that's cited has 13-1001, which is attempt domestic violence. What's the attempt?
I'd have to take a look at the interim, Judge, if I can just have a second.
Sure.
13. The way I look at the interim, Judge, at least how it's cited in the interim, I can't speak to how it was input into a file, is it appears to be charged in the interim as attempted kidnapping, because all the statutes, at least in the interim, are all together as a slash. So that would apply to the, it would be an attempted kidnapping.
Okay. All right. Wow. On the domestic violence charge, $100,000 bond, March 2nd, 1:30, public defender appointed on that. And on the other case, $25,000, March 2nd, 1:30, public defender appointed. And your excuse, sir?
You have a probation report.
Hello, what's your name?
Javier Martorena.
Charged with tampering with a witness and attempted fraudulent schemes. State's asking for a $50,000 bond with pretrial services supervision posted. And we'll hear from the defense.
Yes, Judge. Mr. Martorena wants to know if he can have a brief moment, please, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Judge, we're ready. As to the fraud schemes, Judge, I actually had a probable cause argument under the statute. As I read 13-2310, the defendant has to obtain a benefit by means of false or fraudulent pretenses. I think it would be fraud schemes if the prosecutor dropped or dismissed the case after hearing the victim out. Since he didn't receive any benefit, I don't think there is probable cause for attempted fraud schemes, because he didn't. Well, I see the attempt right now, but never mind. It says attempted, Judge, so I see where this is going. Yeah, my apologies. I didn't catch that.
All right.
So, Judge, as to bond, he is already being held on a $50,000 bond and a hold without bond through probation. These seem to be some added charges, so I would just request the court to set a $10,000 bond for temporary purposes. Thank you.
50,000, March 2nd, 1:30, and there is a probation hold, I forgot to mention. All right, no contact with victims. Don't return to the incident location, no alcohol or drugs, no firearms or other weapons. Do not commit any acts of domestic violence. Your excuse, sir.
Your Honor, he has a question. I don't know.
Why don't you run it through the attorney seated next to you? Okay, your question. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, Chad Robert Rivera.
Okay. So you're charged with unlawful act consuming liquor in public, disobeying mandate of a court. Okay. And let's see. All right, I'm gonna order that you not go back to the incident location. I'm releasing you. You got a court date at Pima County Justice Court, March 2nd, 8:30 a.m. You're excused.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Hello, what's your name? E. Okay. You've got several cases in Tucson City Court. The most recent one is from today. You were charged with criminal trespass and possession of drug paraphernalia. You were charged back in October 2024 with possession of drug paraphernalia. You failed to appear. That's in warrant status. You were charged with drug paraphernalia and trespassing in November 2024. Also, you failed to appear in court November 20th of 2024, drug paraphernalia, another failure to appear. January of last year, drug paraphernalia, failure to appear. January again of last year, drug paraphernalia, failure to appear. February of last year, trespassing, failure to appear. April of last year, soliciting, failure to appear.
What is soliciting?
Drug paraphernalia and failure to appear. This was from August of last year. September of last year, trespassing and drug paraphernalia, and you failed to appear. October of last year, drug paraphernalia, failure to appear. October of last year, removing the shopping cart, 2 counts, and failure to appear. October of last year, failure to appear on a drug paraphernalia case. And December 28th of last year, drug paraphernalia, failure to appear. So, except for the one for today, you have not appeared in court on any of these cases. Don't go back to any of the incident locations. No contact with any victims. Do not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. $100 bond. The city public defender is appointed to represent you. Video review is February 27th at 1:45. If you bond out before then, March 11th, 9:30 in person at Tucson City Court. Someone from the public defender should be out to see you before your court date. You're excused. Hello, what is your name?
Brandon, sorry.
I'm sorry, say again?
Brandon Shorty.
Okay, thank you. You're charged with domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and domestic violence criminal damage. I'm gonna order that you not commit any acts of domestic violence. You are already on probation for an earlier domestic violence incident. $1,000 bond, the city public defender is appointed. And video review is scheduled for February 25th at 1:30. If you bond out, it'll still be the same date and time at Tucson City Court, but with you there in person. You're excused. Hello, what is your name?
Your Honor. Jose Teran.
All right, you were charged with domestic violence assault. I'll order no acts of domestic violence. You are released with a court date of March 24th, 1:30, Tucson City Court. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, what's your name?
Yaku.
Okay. So today you were charged with 1, 2, 3 counts of domestic violence, disorderly conduct, and 2 counts of domestic violence, threats, and intimidation. You already have pending charges of domestic violence case, a couple of them. And I'm gonna order that you not have contact of any kind with Nuria Iman or Abduli Yaqub. Don't commit any act of domestic violence, no firearms or other weapons. Stay away from their homes and workplaces. $1,000 bond. City public defender appointed. Video review is February 27th at 1:45. If you bond out, March 16th at 2:30 would be your in-person date at city court.
Please, all I did was speak. That's all I did. All I know.
Hello, what is your name?
My name is Javier Yepis. Judge, I think he requires an interpreter. I see the Spanish interpreters with us.
Okay,
Good evening, Your Honor. Interpreters here.
good evening. All right, so you were charged with sales of dangerous drugs.
Señor, quisiera presentar. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Possession of dangerous drugs and possession of paraphernalia.
Venta de droga peligrosa, posesión de droga peligrosa y posesión de adminículos de droga.
And also theft of a vehicle.
Y también robo de un vehículo.
I'm going to order that you have no contact with the alleged victim and do not return to the location of the alleged incident.
Voy a ordenar que usted le prohíbe tener contacto con la supuesta víctima y que usted no regrese a la localidad de lo sucedido.
Do not possess, consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and do not drive without a valid driver's license.
No poseer, portar ni consumir drogas ilegales ni alcohol y no manejar sin licencia vigente.
The state is recommending that I hold you on a $10,000 bond with pretrial services supervision if that bond is posted.
El Estado está recomendando que usted deposite una fianza para ser liberado de $10,000 y luego supervisado por los servicios preprocesales. Si la deposita,
And we will hear from the defense.
escucharemos la recomendación de la defensa.
Yes, Judge. So looking at Mr. Yipkis's history, he seems to have one nonviolent prior from 2013.
Sí, su señoría, revisando los antecedentes penales del señor Yepis, parece tener un antecedente penal no violento del 2013.
Pretrial services report does not list any misdemeanor offenses.
El informe preprocesal no indica que tiene ofensas de delitos menores.
He seems to have lived in Arizona for 25 years.
Y parece que ha vivido en Arizona por 25 años. Y tiene una residencia estable.
So for all those reasons, and because this is a nonviolent victimless offense,
Y por todas... Oh, repeat again, please.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say this is a nonviolent offense.
Y por todas esas razones, y porque esto es una ofensa no violenta,
We are asking the court to release Mr. Yipkis to pretrial services supervision.
estamos pidiendo que usted libere al señor Yepis a la supervisión de los servicios preprocesales.
But if the court found him find a much lesser bond than $10,000.
Pero si no, si usted está dispuesto a rebajar la fianza a menos de $10,000.
Okay. We'll hear from the state.
Muy bien, a ver qué dice el Estado.
Your Honor, the state's requesting the $10,000 bond given the nature of the offenses and the sizable quantity of methamphetamine.
Su señoría, el Estado está pidiendo esta fianza de $10,000 debido a la naturaleza de las ofensas y que era una cantidad bastante grande de metanfetamina.
And as far as misdemeanors goes, I do see that he does have prior misdemeanor offenses out of the Tucson City Court for the court website.
Y en cuanto a los delitos menores, aquí veo en el sitio web del Tribunal Municipal de Tucson que sí tiene varios delitos menores.
Nothing beyond that, Your Honor.
Nada más allá de eso, su señoría.
Okay, thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
Okay. $10,000 with pretrial services supervision if posted, March 2nd, 1:30, public defender appointed, and you are excused.
Muy bien, entonces la fianza de $10,000 y la deposita va a ser supervisado por los servicios preprocesales. El 2 de marzo es su siguiente audiencia, a la 1:30 de la tarde. Se le asigna un defensor público a que lo represente. Es todo, está libre de retirarse.
Yeah.
Oh, ¿tiene una pregunta?
Voy a salir ahora.
Will I get out today?
If he pays the $10,000 bond, then
Si usted deposita la fianza de $10,000, entonces
we can't afford it then.
y no puede costearla, entonces usted se queda hasta que se termine el proceso. And Your Honor, interpreter believes this is the only Spanish speaker this evening. If that's the case, may interpreter be excused.
And the jail confirmed no other Spanish speakers? Yes, yes, you're excused.
Very good. Thank you. Good night.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Hello, what's your name?
My name is Dylan Hudson.
Okay. Mr. Hanson, you have both felony and misdemeanor cases. Your felony charges are possession of narcotics, paraphernalia, and possession of dangerous drug. I have a statement here that I'm gonna read to you. This is in regard to the felony case. You may be eligible to participate in a diversion program called STEPS that requires you to participate in a plan specific to your needs for a short time. If you choose to participate and complete the program, these felony drug accusations in your arrest report will be permanently dismissed without you ever being formally charged. Are you interested in getting released from jail custody now? And this is not a promise that you're going to be released. I'm just reading this verbatim off the form. Are you interested in getting released from jail custody now and learning more about the STEPS program at your next hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And if I finish it. Yeah. Wow.
All right. Now, before we finish with the felony matter, you have a criminal damage case and disorderly conduct from 2019 on which you have apparently failed to appear numerous times. And let's see. It's like you were put on probation in 2022. Last time being October of last year. You were charged with possession, with criminal trespass back in November of last year. You never appeared on that case. Criminal trespass in 2024. And
so that's what the other.
You failed to appear back in October of last year. Drug paraphernalia from 2024, failed to appear on that as well. And shoplifting and trespassing from 2025, and you failed to appear on that as well. So before I make a decision on your felony matter, you want to tell me why all these failures to appear at city court?
Your Honor, I'm not bullshit here. Mostly, I'm ready to move.
What do you mean by move on?
I have work. Right now, I have work.
Judge, can I talk to him for a second? Oh.
Is there a minute and 3
For
the misdemeanors? Oh, here it is. Never mind.
Your Honor, I was homeless at the time, and it's really hard to keep track of my records, keep track of dates and everything. You know, I will make it this time, Your Honor.
You say you were homeless at the time. Are you homeless now?
Yes, I am.
And Judge, I can give him information to the transition center where he can connect with resources, hopefully to find temporary housing.
I really would like that.
It's outside the genetics limit.
Okay. Thank you. Jumping back to the felony matter for a moment. States. Here it is. The state's recommendation is $5,000 with pretrial services supervision in addition to steps. We'll hear from the defense in regard to the bond request on a felony.
Thank you, Judge. I kind of see where the state is coming from. I see that in their recommendation, the state is saying because of this failure to appear history in city court, as well as I believe the alleged quantity. But Judge, nonetheless, since the state is offering the STEPS program, we are asking the court to consider releasing Mr. Hansen to pretrial services supervision. That way he can take advantage of the STEPS program. Most importantly, Judge, Mr. Hansen does not have any felony criminal history. And I already mentioned, but this is a drug offense. Mr. Hansen is ready to connect the resources and seek the help he needs. And he will make it to court, as he mentioned, Judge. I can give him all the details and information about the transition center. So that way he can make the most of the STEPS program by attending court out of custody. So we are asking for one chance on pretrial services for this time.
We'll hear, thank you. We'll hear from the state.
I just want to correct one thing. He's not being offered the program. He's going to be screened for the program. So I wanted to make that a record so he doesn't have any sort of false expectations. But Your Honor, he's repeatedly failed to appear, it looks like, since 2019. He was on probation, as the court noted. He's in 2024, picks up a case, doesn't show up, gets another misdemeanor, doesn't show up. 2025 comes, and the same thing happens twice in 2025. So that's why the state believes the bond is appropriate along with the STEPS hearing.
All right, thank you. We're going to have a STEP hearing on February 26th at 9 a.m. Bond is set in the amount of $2,500. No alcohol or drugs, don't go back to location. And STEPS hearings, preliminary hearing is March 2nd at 1:30. The public defender is appointed. As to the misdemeanor case,
You're right.
all right, the first case that I mentioned, the one from 2019, there is a petition to revoke probation alleging failure to complete domestic violence intake and treatment, failure to attend corrective solutions monitoring, monthly monitoring, and make monthly monitoring payments, and failure to submit to urinalysis.
I did complete
We
most of the
will
classes.
enter a denial of those allegations and appoint the public defender.
That's the same.
$100 bond. And we're gonna enter not guilty pleas on all the other cases that I mentioned. Don't have any contact with any victims. Stay away from the incident locations. No firearms or other weapons, and no alcohol or illegal drugs. City court video review is scheduled for February 27th. 1:45. If you end up being released, out of custody date, March 11th, 10:00 a.m. at City Court. Okay, that covers everything. You're excused. Hello, what's your name?
Hi, Francisco Laurin.
You've got both felony and misdemeanor matters, sir. Felony charges are second degree burglary and criminal damage. In order, no contact with the alleged victim, stay away from the incident location, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or other weapons. The state is recommending pretrial services supervision release. Cooperate with pretrial services. And we're gonna set a court date of March 11th at 1:30. Public defender appointed. Your misdemeanor case is in Tucson City Court. You were charged with criminal trespass. Don't have any contact with the alleged victim. Stay away from the incident location. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And I'm gonna release you on the misdemeanor case with a pretrial conference of March 17th. 2:30. Okay, sir, you're excused.
Can I get a signature here? It says the ring.
I'm sure.
Thank you.
Hello, what is your name? Hmm? You've got both felony and misdemeanor cases. Felony charges, third degree burglary, possession of burglary tools. No order, no contact with the alleged victim. Stay away from the incident location. Do not possess any firearms or other weapons, and no alcohol or illegal drugs. The state is asking me to hold you without bond. Okay. And Oh. Hold on, sir. Okay, you got pending felonies. All right. We're gonna set a no bond hearing February 24th at 1:30. The public defender is appointed. Monitoring by pretrial services, March 2nd, 1:30 preliminary hearing. Public defender appointed. Misdemeanor cases. You were cited in September of 2025 for false reportings to law enforcement. And failed to appear. Drug paraphernalia, September of last year, you failed to appear on that. Too. No alcohol or illegal drug. And $100 bond on the misdemeanor. The city public defender appointed, video review February 27th. 1:45. In the event you get released before then, March 18th at 2 o'clock, and that'll be Tucson City Court. Okay, you're excused. Yeah. Hey, Honor. What's your name? Williams. Okay. Two matters here. You've got an arrest warrant out of Pima County Superior Court. Listed charges are narcotic drug violation, narcotic drug possession for sale, and another narcotic drug violations. $5,000 bond is listed on the warrant. And then you've got a new complaint: possession of drug paraphernalia, possession of dangerous drug, possession of narcotic drugs. Stop, sir. On the warrant, the state's recommending the $5,000 bond, and on the new complaint, they're also recommending $5,000 with pretrial services supervision. It posted in lieu of no bond, and there is an indicator of steps. So I'm going to read the statement to you briefly. You may be eligible to participate in a diversion program called STEPS that requires you to participate in a plan specific to your needs for a short time. If you choose to participate and complete the program, These felony drug accusations in your arrest report will be permanently dismissed without you ever being formally charged. Are you in, and this, I'm reading this off the form. This is not a promise, obviously, that you're going to be released. Are you interested in getting released from jail custody now and learning more about the STEPS program at your next hearing?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. STEPS hearing is scheduled for February 26th at 9 o'clock. And we'll hear in regard to the bond request, we'll hear from the defense.
Yes, Judge, thank you so much. So in speaking with Mr. Williams, he has specifically requested that I make a recommendation because he wants to be released. So I don't have to be making a bond recommendation. We are requesting for services release.
I was here already last year on these charges. They released me.
Yeah, but
And that's all I'm saying. They released me.
So I just asked
Year
you-
later, they found out.
so I just said, yeah, so just hold on, I'm not asking for all. So, Your Honor, we're asking for release. It looks like Mr. Williams does have an arraignment set on a 2020 on a different matter from December 2025 tomorrow at 1:30 seems like. So I don't know if there was a way for the court to set an arraignment on this case too. It's a non-victim case at 1:30 tomorrow. That way, both those cases can happen. But if not, the standard 5 days is just fine. So that's all I have at this one, Judge.
All right, we'll hear from the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. Request, at least on the new complaint, requesting the 5,000 in lieu of no bond, given that he's technically on release now for 2 felony cases. The current warrant that he's also being seen on, it is a refile, but he was already seen on that release, didn't keep in contact with pretrial, failed to appear, and now incurred new felony charges. So that is why the state is asking for the bond list or the warrant amount on, on that matter, as well as a $5,000 bond on the new drug possession matter, along with a STEPS hearing.
Okay. The warrant 5,000, February 26, 1:30. Public defender appointed. And the new complaint. And these include no alcohol or drugs, no firearms or other weapons, don't return to the location. 2,500 on that, March 2nd, 1:30. Public defender appointed.
And the STEPS hearing, Your Honor, on that new complaint?
Oh, you're right. Steps hearing. Hold on.
Court set it on February 26th at 9 a.m., Judge?
Yeah, but I put it on the other.
Oh, the water one? Okay.
Hold on. Final review. Here, let's take it off the Superior Court. I get it on the new case. Yeah, February 26th, 9 o'clock steps, okay. Second changes, close. All right, that's it. You're excused. Hello, what's your name? Okay. So you got both felony and misdemeanor cases. Felony charges are possession of narcotic drug for sale. resisting arrest, endangerment, possession of dangerous drug, and possession of paraphernalia. State's recommending a bond of 25,000 with pretrial services supervision if that bond is posted. And we'll hear from the defense.
Thank you, Judge. So looks like the new case that Mr. Wilson is before the court on is a victimless crime. Pretrial services was able to confirm with his wife that she can provide third-party custody and transport to court. I understand Mr. Wilson seems to be on probation.
I'm sorry, you said what's a victimless crime now?
The instant crime, Judge, I believe it's just drug sales.
And endangerment?
Oh, I'm sorry, I may have missed that. Yeah, and there's the resisting arrest. Yeah, and which is the officer is the victim. I apologize. So, Judge, and that looks like there is verified third-party custody and housing available. His wife has spoken to pretrial services. I understand that he may be on probation from Maricopa County. Is there a hold from Maricopa County? No, so there seems to be no hold, Judge. So, in light of all of that, we are asking for release to pretrial services. But if the court's not inclined, a much lesser bond than 25,000. Thank you.
All right. We'll hear from the state.
Your Honor, I would just further note his first two priors, he was given chance on probation, violated several times, was revoked. The third prior, he went to prison, and then the case that he's on probation now is a probation tail to that prison sentence, and has now incurred these new, much more, what the state would deem more serious charges. So the state is requesting that higher bond, given the history and the status of his current probation.
On the endangerment, it looks like, if I'm reading this correctly, he crashed into a police vehicle with two people in it. Did I read that wrong?
Yeah, so what it looks like is there was a police vehicle that was there to pin him in, and he ended up ramming into it, from at least how I read the interim judge.
Okay, but there were two officers inside, correct? No.
I'm just looking over the interim judge.
Officer Wakefield was on the driver's side. Officer Perkins and Officer the writer of this, I've seen the name right off the bat, were inside as well. Don't, okay?
So I think what's going on here, Judge, is they're physically trying to remove him in the vehicle, and in the process of that, he's attempting to drive off and then ends up hitting that vehicle. So I would imagine the endangerment is the officers attempting to remove him from the vehicle and him continuously trying to drive off
So
with
they
them.
were on the outside, but they were in the proximity of.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
all right. $20,000 with pretrial services supervision. Contact assigned probation officer on first working day following release from custody. March 2nd, 1:30, public defender appointed. Misdemeanor case. Drug paraphernalia failure to appear. No alcohol or illegal drugs. Don't return to the incident location. You're released on the misdemeanor. Nonetheless, I'm appointing the city public defender to represent you. And we're gonna set a non-transport review for March 13th. (9:00). You will not be present at the non-transport review. But your attorney at the city will be present representing you on that case. And your excuse.
Sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good evening. Bye, Peter.
Honor, have a good night. Have a good night.